時間です。利息がつきます。
You're amazing!
Okay, I'm just kind of getting started. Hello, thank you for the raid. Do very much appreciate. I'm just kind of, yeah, been a wee bit busy last little bit. So today, hopefully, we'll get some Zomboid and some RimWorld finished. That's the plan, anyways, is to do Zomboid for the first while and then switch and play some RimWorld at about some time in. But we'll get a lot of Rat Race stuff done, hopefully. But just do my brief little intro. But hopefully the stream went well and that you can get yourself care in. Um, Hello and welcome. My name is Allison and I go on adventures. I enjoy tea, music, and challenging video games. I love my partner Emma and I love frogs. My pronouns are she, her, and generally I'm pretty content. It's nice to meet the new people, and if you are returning, welcome back. Let us continue our adventure wherever it may take us. Highs and lows, ebbs and flows. We're in it together. Peace. Okay. Yeah, it is comfy. Comfy time. I'm looking forward to playing some Rat Race. And yesterday I had to end promptly because I had emergency stuff that I had to get dealt with work related things. Which it happens. That's the nature of my work, unfortunately, for now, and it's still. It's why my schedule. While I do try to, I've been fairly good at trying to keep it relatively in the I'm posting it now. I'm posting the games we're playing, but it's the nature of my schedule still is up in the air, and if I've got to go, I gotta go, kind of thing, which sucks. But I do what I can, best I can, best I can. But yeah, eventually in the future, I do have plans to try and do streaming as a profession. We'll see. It just depends. First things first, I gotta wait until I'm able to move in with Emma and all of that stuff, which is very important to me. Priorities and all that. But without further ado, we'll continue with some Sunboyd. Hopefully the games you were playing were good. Yeah, tiny sword raid indeed. Alright. So my plan today is to get a little bit of the short blade combat done, as well as hopefully we'll push to the school. Some water sim park. Okay, water park sim and dying light. Ooh. Comfy in distress. I mean, kind of, right? I remember the Dying Light series to be very insane at times. But also, it used to be very chill too, because I had Emma with me, and Emma is like ridiculously good at PvE and PvP. It's just nice having Emma there. It's like always good. And it's funny because despite knowing how the how Dying Light 1 ended, because I knew how it ended because people spoiled it for me, I still ended up losing in my first in the first bit. I had to do it again. Yeah. Congrats on the first, by the way. It will be interesting. But yeah, today we're gonna do Zomboid into some Room World, but mostly, like, I don't know, it'd be 50-50. We'll see how long we go for. Might carry it into tomorrow, don't know. But, but it's still early in the day for me. Got quite a lot of stuff done. And hopefully, well, I'm not sure how the next couple of weeks are gonna go. Fingers crossed though that the paperwork stuff comes through. And then I can schedule the interview and all that stuff, and then it'll be good. Get that stuff out of the way, and then I can get moving. Literally. Okay. What was I doing last? I ran into here because... Oh, yes, we were going to use the saw to produce more handles. Because I ran out of handles to make short blades with. And we were making more knives. 4 more knives. Is that enough? 9. Okay. So in case anybody's curious what the rat race is, because they don't know, rat race is that. It's a marathon style challenge with 3 objectives. Very simple objectives on paper. You know, you just need to kill 1,000,000 zombies and have a perfect character, and there's 13 points of interest around the map that all require their own set of criteria in order to count as completed. Multi-year challenge. Five more animal necklaces. These should be done soon. Yeah. I am looking forward to when 42.12 drops. Because supposedly there's going to be some changes to drying racks as well as agriculture. And I have a lot of leather saved up. What is it called? Tailcap? Yeah, it's raccoon. Taylor. Where are you, raccoon hat? Dude, did I run out of needles? I always have a needle on me. What the hell? Oh, must not. Alright. Into the trash with you. Oh, I just realized actually making the raccoon skins into raccoon skin caps probably is less good. Because if I turn them into leather, I can strip them and they're worth 8, which is 8 multiplied by 4 point whatever. I just multiplied it by. Okay. That's there for now. Alright, so we'll go and get some sleep, and then tomorrow I'm going to set up a bunch of leathers, because they might as well be drying while we're doing other stuff. I'm pretty sure I watered all the crops, and then all we have to do is check the generator. And then head out. This is good enough for now. So I'll go check on the rabbits, or not the rabbits, the farm crops. They're well watered. They don't need. You might need something. Mildew. We could have kept it around, but I don't want to. So, yeah. Okay, we can leave the crops for a couple more days and they should be fine. This gives me a little bit of time. And I should push a different street than the one that we were doing towards the school, because the main street is a little bit filled. I think we'll run all the way down to one of the side streets and do them instead. Alternatively, though, we could go down to the trailer park area and do that one. Nope. Not right now, Yakuza. A lot of gold on one person. I'm pretty sure I've seen prescriptions and glasses before. And feel free to take a break, zombies. And let's go. Oh. Damn. Mhm. It's fine. Alright, we'll head back and have some rest. Now we wait. Go to sleep. Steak knives are the perfect carving knives as well. They're really good for carving. Less good for fighting. Not terrible, but like if you have nothing else, but they're really good for doing carving stuff. Also, when they break, you can just throw them in the garbage because they're not smeltable. So you don't even need to like keep them afterwards. You can just throw them in a zombie or put them in a trash bin if you've got the just get rid of them. Okay, so today is I gotta go grab. I'm gonna grab that bowl of food. Also eat a little bit. And this is the last of the thawed radishes. We have a batch of frozen radishes that we can get out here in a little while, but it's fine. It's not in bad condition, so it can stay. I'm gonna throw this other one away, I think. Or can I repair you? Yeah, you're now perfect condition. So I'll be bringing you with me. The reason why I'm caring about these pistols is because, might as well get the reloading XP. I know there's at least 5 other magazines over in Van's spawn house in West Point. So And definitely consider that in the future. Letter opener. Leave the notebook for now. Oh, too heavy. Okay. How heavy are these ones? 9. I'm gonna consolidate these on the center here. So we've got you. Full, pretty much full. Mm. It's quite a bit of stuff. This is just up to the Sunstar Motel, which is good. I need to get this out of the way. Sworn there was a police vest here. gonna grab this. I'm gonna grab one of those other bags. They're heavy, so I can only really probably take 2 of them. Splinters. It's 40. Alright, well, we'll do this. It's gonna take at least 3 trips. So. It'll be worth it. It's a fair amount of stuff. How's it going? Oh, it's going pretty good. I'm making progress. I've managed to go and grab one of the ice freezers. I'm pulling loot back slowly. It's taking some time though. Obviously, I've got to we're carting it back on foot, which is gonna happen at the moment because I don't intend to go grab that vehicle, and I wanted to do it in the spring. I really did want to go there and like start trying to clear it out separately, but I think it's better if I finish Moldraw off first and then use it to pull out stragglers than take that risk of sort of activating Moldraw and West Point at the same time and having them sandwich me. Because chances are I probably could pull a considerable amount of the zombies from West Point down. Not to mention Rosewood and Phallus would both approach me from the flank angles. Okay, I'm going to be putting it here, but not yet. too. So this is a good pistol, so I think I'm gonna put it there for now. As for this, the spawn noise thing, what does that mean? Spawn noise thing. What are you talking about? You mean the louder noises? Because the way that the map is distributed is based on the seed's heat map. So the way that the world is organized is that there are zombies in cells, right? There are zombies in cells. They're around like this, for example. Let's pretend that this is exactly how the zombies are. Let's pretend, right? There's zombies distributed around the cells based on the heat map. The noise pattern doesn't change the way they are when the cells are activated. The noise can simply activate the cell. It's already going to be how it is. However, if what you mean is that, does it change because a lot of folks get confused about migration and they think that the zombies are constantly moving. That's not true. The zombies are not constantly moving. The zombies in Riverside, for example, are not migrating themselves over into this area over here while I'm not there. No, that's not how that works. Because if that was the case, then think about this is a times 16 game. If they were migrating all over the map all the time, this game would run like absolutely the worst, especially on a computer that's not like 5-star, like brand new tech, right? That's the thing, is that they move when they're activated. The cells are distributed based on the heat map that is based on the seed, at least currently. So the seed controls where the sort of spots are that are there's not as many zombies. It controls where, so it's kind of like it shows. It's easier to explain in debug because you can actually see the zombie pop map and you can see the different lines that happen from the heat map. But essentially, there's an overlay for the heat map that goes over the entire map based on the seed. And that overlay is what will determine when the cell is activated, where the zombies are. They'll just be in their locations, and then from there it changes. So from once the cell is activated, then the zombie migration and the follow sound distance and all that stuff starts kicking in. But it needs to be active first. And also, it should be noted that if a player leaves that area, so like let's say that, for example, I leave this area completely. I decide I am done with Muldra. I don't want to be here anymore. I'm going all the way to Echo Creek, right? I'm going to go Echo Creek. The distribution of the zombies that I've shuffled around here will remain in the way that I left it. So if, for example, I set off a really loud alarm, like the one up here, or if I had my helicopter pull all the zombies up, those zombies are going to remain wherever they were. So whether they got pulled up only a little bit, or they followed the sound all the way to the source and there's a big crowd of them, they'll spread out a little bit in the cell there while I'm around, but eventually that cell is going to deactivate because I'm not there anymore, right? So, and the way that the cells deactivate now is faster than it used to be. It used to take a lot more time for the cells to deactivate. Now it's quicker. It happens a lot faster. So, basically, when the cells are not active, they act as like their borders are locked. The zombies can't get through, right? Now, when the player's nearby and the cells are active, like let's say I'm actively walking back and forth on the main street, right? I'm constantly causing a fuzziness on the border for the cells that I'm walking through. Because I the player I'm making noise and causing the zombies to see open area like in the areas that they see, so they're migrating, and their migration time's only an hour, so they're seeing, oh, free stuff over here. So some of the zombies from over here, you'll notice that sometimes there's a big crowd of zombies here, and then sometimes it's just completely barren. That's because some of the zombies are migrating around in the area over here, but it's within the cell bounds. So, yeah. But as for the heat map, it's already distributed. Like, that's, it's different than it used to be. Because before, it was just heavy pop around the cities, and it does... Yeah, so, yeah. It keeps them within, so, but they're still, you're specifically because I'm not playing on uniform, you're not going to see like a large cluster of zombies outside of maybe spawn events or something, like in the middle of the woods over here, right? Or something like that. It's because the heat map will it keeps them generally within the confines of the areas that have higher values. But that said, there are some strange locations. Like, for example, if you were to trace the KY60 around, right? You'd find that there's a few spots on it that are strangely high pop. And I don't really know why that is, but it just, handful of spots are just really large amounts of zombies. Yeah, it's not going to throw them into the woods, because especially if it's not active. But if you activate it, like I'm doing now, some of the zombies will wander off into the woods over here, but they're not going to wander off all the way over here. There is a limit that they're only going to be able to wander so far, which means that I can call them back with noise. Chances are they're going to come back with noise, or without noise anyways, because they're going to see this open area over here and they're going to be like, ooh, it's empty. I can go stand there. Because that's what they do. The zombies will try to fill area that is empty. And thus, that's the gameplay loop a little bit. Is that they're going to be constantly ever present, and they're going to be constantly bothering you. But sometimes the zombies do weird things. I don't know if you've seen earlier, but I dropped a watch on the ground to distract the zombies while I was gonna go rest, right? So I did so, and if you were to have seen, all the zombies walked back except for one. One just stood there, not being drawn by the sound of the watch and not coming towards me either. It just stood there, which is, you know, that's the... Sometimes things don't work exactly as you'd expect them to. Because it's strange. Zomboid has some strange interactions sometimes that could break things. And as a result of breaking things, you get those kinds of scenarios that have you'd have difficulty explaining it, really. Because why was that zombie not being drawn in by the sound of the watch? Did it run out of pathfinding? It couldn't have. There was only like a handful of zombies around. And on average, there's roughly about 2,000-ish pathfinding slots that can be queued up at a time in terms of advanced pathfinding, not simple pathfinding. Because simple pathfinding is, it's different. It's weird. The only reason why I know that kind of stuff exists is because I was watching Bonds play in LV with sprinters, right? And then I this is stuff that I experimented with later by myself, but in that playthrough, he shouted a bunch in a spot the sprinters couldn't get him, right? There was a lot of sprinters under him, like a lot. But then you could see some sprinters in the distance that were trying to get pathfinding but couldn't. They were really derping out hard. So it's interesting. It's a way to see under the hood of the game without actually seeing under the hood of the game. Thank you for the wellness check, by the way, Darth Strider. Hopefully you're having a good day and you're enjoying. I'm gonna sip of my drink here in a moment. I am right now gonna grab this photo. Yeah, there's a lot of little things like that. And then there are some things that are just straight up tough for folks to be able to recreate and also explain. I'm sure that there's like a bunch of those kinds of things that the devs have to deal with frequently. That it's just like, it shouldn't work that way, but it is working that way. And it's partly because of... it's just one thing's tugging on another. I'm gonna guess it's partly due to spaghetti. That's what I'm gonna guess. Some pasta's pulling something somewhere and it's causing something to not work the way it's supposed to. That's not a bad thing though. No, it wasn't. That was it felt so intentional, but it wasn't. Like they were like, oops. But that's the thing, is that the devs won't really in their sort of finding out about that kind of stuff is kind of hard, because they hear a lot of problems, complaints, and issues, and a lot of stuff's caused by mods. So the devs themselves have trouble really having stuff filtered. That's why whenever I say, hey, if we're going to report something, load it in vanilla and show with no mods. And like, because if you try to show things with it's tough because they can't recreate it, right? And then for a while it's been mods. Like most of the issues are mod related. So it ends up being like, okay, well, yes, okay. Okay, and you've got 11 in you, so put you in there. The rest of these are all full. So does the Elden fairly consistent from seed to seed? No. It varies by quite a weird margin. But there's more than enough zombies, even in like in any seed, to sate even the most bloodthirsty of players. There, you won't run out. There's no running out. There's... yeah, and there's more than enough for the rat race. Like, if we actually... like, the projection is really under... like, a million zombies, I think that right now with the current heat map, it's been difficult to get a proper calc for how many there actually are. Because some of the cells are not reading correctly when you go into the zombie pop map, and then when you go over to the cell, it corrects it. So by just sounding off a loud sound source, it's not a good way to do it anymore, to check it, especially because of that. So it's like a big area that you can kind of see that on is the checkpoint. If you go to LV's checkpoint, and then so you let off a loud sound source, it'll activate the checkpoint. But if you were to actually go there, the number will change. It's so weird. And then same for a lot of the different high pop areas. It's not accurate at the moment. So yeah, it changes some things. But it can vary by it's not a margin that's large enough to, I don't know. I don't think that you'd ever find a map that would be completely barren though. But then again, who knows? Maybe in probability somewhere there is a map that has very few zombies in certain areas that normally would be very populated. I'm not sure. At the end of the day, for this challenge specifically, though, you don't get to pick your seed. I think a seeded run, though, could be fun. Like, get a really nice hard seed. Kind of like doing a Terraria, like, what is that one seed that's really difficult? For the Worthy or whatever. The super hard seed. But yeah, the seeds affect some things. It affects your rare item. I know that. That's your... Because there's always that one item in a save. That it's like one item that is much more rare than it should be. And I'm guessing that there's the opposite as well. One item that just happens to be a lot more common. I remember a save that I had a long time ago where I had a ludicrous amount of crowbars. Like, it was ridiculous. Every other zombie seemed to have a crowbar in them with the frequency of what seemed like short blades. Except it was crowbars. I would have loved to see if that was actually true. Like if it was seed related. Because it seems like it, but I don't know. Yeah, that's the thing, right? It seems like the things that it does affect are variable, which means that they can be affected by other things as well. And then they're also affected by probability. So because they're affected by probability, it means that anything can happen, which is not not quite the same as such and such, you know? You're seeing a lot of mason trowels. Oh, that's funny, because that's the opposite of Emma. Emma's got an apocalypse save right now where she's not seen a mason trowel at all. None. For a few months now. None. She's attacking Rosewood. She went into not brickwork. She went into the, what was it? There's a couple of places that she went. Well, thank you very much for the raid. Not the brickworks. What was it? The garages. No. Mechanics? I'm trying to think of what building that was. Not the fire station. Is it a construction / junkyard? Well, it's an apocalypse save, though, so you'd expect that it would have a fair amount of loot and that you would see a ton of pretty much all of the items, right? Anyways, thank you again for the raid. I'm sorry, you caught me in mid thought, like I mean mid thinking about strange things in Zomboid. Hopefully you had a good stream and that it went well for you. If you need to self-care, make sure to self-care for yourself. It happens. Sometimes you get caught mid-ramble. Yeah. Hopefully you've been having fun with Zomboid. Yeah, hi. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know. Sometimes the saves are like that though. Sometimes I remember one save where I couldn't find a needle ever. And then for my PB run, in case folks are curious about what the rare item was in that one, I never found a car battery charger. Not one. And I looked in like the West Point mechanic shop. I had cleared Crossroads Mall and I looked in every vehicle in there. Nothing. We were sieging down LV. There's so many mechanic shops I went to. The American Tire, nothing. It's like no car battery charger at all, ever. Oops, I picked you up. I'm sorry. But yeah, it's interesting. Every save is a little bit different as a result of that. Even if you took two saves that were exactly the same. Exactly the same seed, the exact same settings, it doesn't matter. They'll always be a little bit different. And that's something that's special with Zomboid, given the fact that it's the same map every time, right? But yet it's always a little different. Some variance. Alright, let's head back to the house. We'll do up some of this stuff. As well, if we have a lot of meat left over, we'll put it in the big freezer. But that's why I ran and got that, was because I wanted to have the extended freezer. And I'm just one person, I don't need to be freezing like 800 meals. But prepping a handful of meals is always nice. That way I don't have to... Like, I can make about a month's worth of food and contain it in, so long as my weight's good. We gotta go check the crops as well. And then once that's done, we can get back to... Oh, wow, a zombie. in this side of the neck of the woods. That's rare to see. It goes to show you that even though it's like this area has been clear for ages, it doesn't stay clear. It's not going to, because there's still zombies kicking around on the edges. And there will always be, like a little bit, unless I like sound off a really loud sound source and keep it like right here. Pull in all of the stuff. Hello. Enjoy your lurk. And I am going to enjoy some roasts here in a second. 80s and 100. Nice. There we go. Tomorrow we'll go water the crops. Basically, we're getting all of our... There we go. Okay. Food prep's all done. When you were fishing, studying the blade. Indeed. I was studying the way of the blade. Hopefully you're having a good day. I am having a solid day at the moment. Hopefully we'll get some good progress in rat racing done, and then my goal right now is actually to finish short blades, which we're very close, kind of. We're very close to being done short blades. And then from short blades to either long blades or spear, but probably spear just because it's bugging me. But I might do long blades. I've been flip-flopping on which one I want to do. Because I really like long blades. But I also, like, I mean, it looks weird having this big space in between these two. I want to fill it up so that it's done. But that's like, what is it? 60k? Something like that? It's a lot of XP. Yeah, getting swords is fun. They are a fun time. Oh, yes. Yes, please. I didn't think it could happen. I thought it would only ever be snow. Please. Fix my crops. If Higgins could do that whole, like, crying and, like, hands in the rain kind of emote thing, I would be doing it. It's beautiful. I don't have to do anything but stand here. And yes, I do have to stand here because if I'm too far away, they won't get watered properly. Do you know if you can make machetes on a simple forge? I've never tried to make machetes on a simple forge, but I have one, so I can go look here in a second for you if you'd like. I'm not of a level that can make machetes, but you'd be able to see it if you could. Like if you're it wouldn't hide the recipe if you can. It's one of the weaker things that is gonna get addressed at some point in the future, I hope, is the fact that a lot of the crafting is kind of confusing. And if you don't know which station it is, you won't have a clue as to where, where to look and what to do. You're not having the right tools on you, you don't have access to the... Like, if I don't have a saw on me, it doesn't tell me that I can do things. Same for a hammer, same for a... Like, there's no prompting, right, on that. Which is good in some ways. It's less hand-holding, which is appreciated, because a lot of games like to hold the hand a little too hard. But can also work against the game too, right? Because it can be confusing. A very good example would be folks not understanding how to light a campfire. Yeah, I'll run and have a look here in a second. Yeah, we can go now. And I can be happy that I didn't actually have to water that. We didn't need to do anything there. We just got a free pass. Alright, let's have a look. Can you make machetes? I'm thinking new. Nope, you can make short scrap metal swords and scrap metal swords. You can make simple blades, and you can make the small knife, and then the long simple blades. At that point, you should be considering upgrading. And in my opinion, if you're going to do a simple forge, skip it. Do the advanced forge. The reason why I made this, specifically this simple furnace, was because I had the extra materials to make one. So I made a simple furnace. I think, do you need a simple furnace to do the anvil? You might. Hello. But either way, it doesn't matter. If for forges, you want to go from primitive to advanced. You don't want to... there's no need to do the middle one. It's at least currently due to the recipes. So like if you look at the recipe here, and then we do forge. So this one's really cheap and easy to do, and then after this you just need the wooden bucket, and then the only difference between these two is the large bellows, which means that you need a medium leather. That's all. To create the large bellows, you do a medium leather, and then you can just do the advanced forge. And then there's no limitations. Because this one has limitations. But yeah. Same for if you like you want to make your advanced this before you make the advanced furnace, but it's good to have an advanced furnace as well. So you're gonna want to kill like 2 deer is good. If you kill 2 deer, throw them up on a butchering hook, get their leathers, let them process for a week, then you'll be able to make an advanced forge and an advanced furnace, and then you're good for blacksmithing. From there, it's about getting metal. So once you have metal, you can kind of just keep it going. You're also going to want one of these, an advanced kiln and a dome kiln. The dome kiln replaces the charcoal pit, and the reason why you want a dome kiln instead of a charcoal pit is because there's a handful of recipes that require coke coal. Don't use coke coal for everything. Only use it for the recipes that ask for it. Because Otherwise, it's a waste of cocoa because what they'll do is some of the recipes are they take both wood charcoal and cocoa, but it'll take the same wood charcoal as it does the cocoa, and the cocoa is worth 2 wood charcoal, so you end up wasting wood. Although wood is infinite, like I mean, so if you really want to waste the wood, give her. But it's like it's more trees you have to chop down, so it saves you in the long run. I only make the coal when I need to in order to process iron into steel. I just got an interesting zombie game today. Oh, nifty. Is it Project Zomboid? Or are you talking about there's another game that just came out recently, and I feel a little bit bad because I didn't answer the email. Because I didn't see it because I was working. I'm looking forward to in the future when I'm going to be able to answer those emails with more promptness. How to survive. Oh, interesting. Currently, though, work does get in the way sometimes. I don't know if I've heard of that one. Oh, actually. Right now I'm gonna, because it's a rainy day, it's like PZ and Diablo. Oh, neat. So it's like a permadeath kind of Diablo. That sounds interesting. Sounds like it would be pretty hard. Those games are not very forgiving when they kill you. I guess PZ can be kind of like that. Yeah, the one that I was gonna try was maybe I should still just email them anyways. I'm gonna ask an opinion from somebody later. That sounds neat though. A permadeath Diablo. Is it like class based, or do you play like your average Joe or Jane? Oh, interesting. There's a few characters to choose from, I would expect, yeah. Usually those kinds of games have like a bunch of them. Like you get to select out of a bunch. It sounds interesting though. I'll write it down. How to survive. There we go. I'll look later. I do have a section of my Discord that's for that kind of stuff as well. If folks want to suggest stuff to have a look at. I'm always like looking at new games. What do I need? So we can saw this quarter into 5 pieces. Or I can smelt it back down into chunks. The chunks themselves are worth interesting. I spy with my little eye another little way to get infinite iron that I'm not going to use. These are full bars that I use the... I want the full bars back. It's at 75% off right now. Oh, that's nifty. Although most of the time I don't care about price of a game. I very much like to support developers. You know, they take the time to make a game and put a lot of effort into it and try their best, and it's good to support them. So sales are nice, but they're something that is extra in my head. So it all depends, right? Yeah, exactly. Because you want them to make another. It's the best way to say, "Hey, I like you. I like what you do," is to make sure that they're getting paid for it. I have a hammer in here? I do. Ball peen banner. Hammer up top. Get a nap in, and then we'll head down and we'll continue our blacksmithing for now until we can get through the rain. No more rain. It'll be one more day of rain at least. I mean, it's basically rain. Sorry. Let me adjust the chair. I broke something. What did I break? Ball-peen hammer? We played this game, which PZ? Or your new game? Is your new game good? Oh. Oh, you're talking about Project Zomboid. Yeah, Zomboid's great. Mhm. Mhm. I'll submit RGG Summit stream to tell you. Oh, okay, that's really hype. That's awesome. It was announced just now, trailer and all? Okay, we'll watch it later, okay? I mean, you'll probably have already watched it, but that's okay. I'm keen. That sounds awesome. That sounds super, super cool. We knew it though. You called it. You already predicted it. Cause you were like really mathing it out. You're like, oh, these are sales are happening this point and this reason, and it's like all of the math added up. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously you watch it live, but still, like, I mean, we'll watch it later as well. I'm keen. That sounds good. All right, yeah. You have fun. I'll see you. Welcome to Spiffo. There we go. There we go. Now we can go outside and do some more crafting stuff. To grab. So these two big bags of loot. do a quick pit stop over there. I'm gonna bring all of the compost. Yeah, but that's really hyped to hear. Alright, let's see. Do I want to compost anything? Right now. Maybe I should compost the lemongrass. It's a random branch there in the middle of the path. Okay. Sure. Must have been on a bush that I chopped down ages ago. Just never seen it. Okay. We're gonna get back out there and start fighting the zombies again here in a bit. We've got quite a lot of stuff saved up. It's back over by the crafting area, and then we'll probably head out, break a couple knives, but I'm gonna do a brief BRB for right now, so I'll be back in a second. Okay, let's continue. There we go.
You're amazing!
Very much to follow. I do appreciate. Hello. Do a gas run first. Gas runs always have inherent danger. Because the pumps are one of the worst blind spots in the game. They are like really bad. Always trust instinct. Because I didn't feel like it was a safe time. In my head. Yeah, sure. Here, have a look. So the reason why it's is a little bit of my fault and a little bit of but they're not. Things are going fairly well. Level 5 and a bit nimble, but rat race is 0.8 on XP values. I'm also running slow learner and reluctant fighter, which give XP deficits on top of that. So it makes leveling a lot slower, but more fun as a result, because when you actually get out your levels, then, well, they're harder earned. But also something else that's kind of fun is if you really think about it, once you max out all your skills, well, then the trait bonuses that you took that are all skill based are less valuable because they're all maxed out, right? It means that, for example, if I have a perfect character that's a 10 on everything, suddenly fast learner and slow learner both are no longer, like, have value anymore. They've lost their value. Right? Same as reluctant fighter. It just completely becomes a non, like, it doesn't matter anymore because I've maxed it out. There's still some folks that want to hit their levels faster, though, and I understand that. I'm not in a rush, though. Marathon style. I'm used to it going slow. Put a rest in. Interesting. I might need this. I don't know, but its condition's terrible. I'll make my own. For only 30k, yeah, I think so too. It's not too bad. I've decently swathed out the skills so the muscle strain won't hurt me nearly as badly when I actually start going for the other, because we're going to level the other ones as well, right? We have to level spear, we have to level long blade, we have to level short blunt, etc. Short blades are my favorite, but so I'm gonna be a little bit. I've been putting it off because they're my favorite. Like I've started to level the other stuff instead because I was like, I just want to put it off until. But then eventually, I was like, you know what? Nah, let's not put it off anymore. We've put it off enough. need a medium handle. Those tongs broke. Can I catch up to Shivas? Oh, I mean, I could if Shivas stopped playing, or maybe if, but I don't want Shivas to die. I want him to keep going. And he's almost at the million, but there's still a lot for him to do. So, like, I mean, if he wants to do the full rat race, he has to do the 100% skills and then also all the outposts. But the million is definitely a tough part of it, for sure. So finishing the million first isn't a bad strategy. There's a lot that goes into the rat race that's not just kills, kills, kills. Oh yeah. But Twist is also very close as well. If you check the historical board, but Twist also hasn't put in his score for a long time. Because I think the last time I seen, I think Twist was at 480k. But the way that the leaderboard works is you have to put in your score for it. And so if you don't, it doesn't get updated. Because I was very adamant when I in the sense of, because it's not just me that does the leaderboard, it's several folks. Like it's a team. So I did make sure to tell folks we're not chasing people for their scores, because it's not really fair, you know. If they want to be on the board, they can put their score in, which some folks don't really care about the board that much, which is fine, you know. It's meant to be a competition if people want it to be, kind of thing, right? If people want, some people do. But it's meant to be a for fun thing. Not meant to be taken super duper seriously. Ultimately, oh, I'm gonna win. No, it's not about that. It's about a sense of community and stuff. So, you know, can I catch Shivas? I mean, maybe. Remember, this is a marathon, so Shivas may need to take a break and at some point. And would I catch him up to him even if he took a break? Probably not. He's quite far ahead. It would take me several months to, and that's if I switch my playstyle to just killing, which I could do, but nah. I'm much more content killing when I feel like it and sort of taking things gradually. I don't need to rush. But yeah, there's a lot of people that might be able to catch up to Shivas. Twist is one. There's somebody named Sealander that's actually fairly speedy as well. Then there's a couple other folks that are surprising me with how fast they're killing stuff. That are sort of flying up in the thousands per day, which is kind of cool. It's cool to see. And I do check in with the runs to see how folks are doing, to see how they're progressing. It's important to, you know, stay connected a little bit like that, because it is a community thing, right? That is the point of the rat race. It's meant to be kind of like we're playing all the same settings, so it's kind of feels like multiplayer almost, but not quite, right? Because we're comparing strats. Some folks will say, oh, well, have you tried this? And we can sometimes bounce ideas off each other. So it becomes this big sense of community. And even though, for example, Shiva speaks English, but I don't speak Portuguese. I also don't speak French. There's a lot of French folks doing the rat race, as well as I speak a little bit of French, but I wouldn't say that I speak it fluently. But the same for what is the other ones? There's some Russian folks that I've seen playing, as well as it's just it kind of unites us all under that we're here to defeat the zombies kind of deal, right? Because we all speak that language, the language of zombies going horizontal. But yeah, my kills per day is kind of not so good, but that's okay. Because I'm making gains in other ways. I've got other skills gaining at an adequate rate. And they should all be 10 relatively quickly, because I'll have, let's see, one, because these two are just a grind of a little while. It's more than a third. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. By the end of clearing Muldra, I will expect to be at 16 skills at 10. That's what I'm projecting. Now, whether it happens or not is up to... It's up in the air. There we go. Yeah, no, I know. Currently his goal is 5k a day. Yeah, no, I understand. I know I've talked with Shivas. Although we don't speak 100% the same language, we do talk. Is there a time limit? No. It's a marathon and it's done for fun. And even if somebody wins, I don't think I'd stop my run. Just, you know, I'd keep going. It's a marathon. Even if somebody gets first, the person who gets first would get congratulatory stuff. Everybody would celebrate it. You know, stuff like that. I guarantee though, if Shivas goes for the full million and gets that done, he could blitz the rest of it. The reason that, like, the way that he would blitz the rest of it is he wouldn't need to kill stuff as much anymore, and he could go full burns if he want, and then go and you know, build the different centers really much quicker. So the outpost would be fairly quick. You could probably get that done within a handful of streams, and the perfect character is the only thing you'd be working on after that, and that is going to take some time. However, at least you would have access to the entire map's worth of books, and even on rat race settings, which are abysmal for loot, you should be able to find a handful of them. So I believe Shivas has a good chance at it. But if Shivas were to die, that would, like I said, it would be a big upset. We want Shivas to go the full distance, and he's already had his million taken from him once. So I would love to see him succeed, as well as I would love to see other folks reach it too. The folks that there's a lot of folks that I know that could do it, and some folks that may surprise us. You know. But yeah, it's very interesting. The biggest thing that hurts in the rat race is definitely the vehicle engine loudness. It's probably one of the things that hurts the most. Yeah, it's a marathon, not a sprint, so I don't have to worry about rushing to the million. Yeah, even if nobody finishes the rat race, we've already agreed that in the future, if nobody completes it and all of our saves get broken, we might redo the rat race in a different way. But and like change the settings a little bit, adjust things, or if they release multiplayer, it's been talked about that we could do a server, which would be kind of fun. Get all of the folks that did the rat race together. It would be kind of like more of a short-lived thing, though, I think. Like, because we would be able to finish the goals in a much faster, because we'd be working together. Meaning if we did cumulatively, like one person on each skill kind of thing, you'd have people specializing, and the people who like doing something the most would be like, okay, well we've got somebody who mastered short blades and axes and all the different weapons. The folks that really enjoy staying and like being base and support would stay back, and they would they would do base stuff. Like, so they would max things like animal care and agriculture. It would be cool. But yeah, it's meant to be sort of a very difficult challenge, but also, like, I mean, you could consider it to be almost impossible given how long it takes. It takes, like, even, for example, in Chivas's case, his run is like, well, it's broken thousands of hours of playtime at this point. He's played that one run more than some people have played their entire game, like the whole game. It goes for all the veterans, though. A lot of the veterans hit that stage at some point where you could actually cumulatively add up a couple of their runs, and it's like most of their playtime. It's nice though. I like that a lot of folks are on their PBs. And Chivas is actually on his PB right now. Because his last run was 666,000, if I recall correctly. That he was going for. And then he was killed by an alt-tabbing style error that happens with once in a while. I've seen it before. It ended one of my runs too. I remember because so I was talking about one of my past relationships, and what happened was Windows did an update, and for a split, so for just a second, Windows alt tabbed me. But and so that's what happened. Is it because it was a Windows event viewer said that it was checking for an update. But for that 1 second, I was in short blade combat. So, and in Shiva's case, for that 1 second, he was in the middle of spear combat. And then his character does this. Well, goes from like fighting to this. For just a second. 1 second. That's all it took. Take you lose control of your character for just a moment. And then that's it. Which is why this feature right here in Build 42, pause when focus is lost, is a awesome feature. If you're not playing Build 42, you're missing out on this one feature that exists. And it's already saved a couple of my runs. This right here, super important. Because anytime, like for example, if I'm in the middle of like playing, right? I'm fighting, and I get alt-tabbed, it paused my game, you see? Right away, paused. And I have a gaming keyboard. So my keyboard actually has a function that it disables things like the Windows key, Alt-Tab, all of those things while the function is active. It disables them. So I can't have that stuff happen, which is why I was so confused and trying my best to figure it out at the time of why I was having this weird glitching problem. And so I was trying all these fixes and trying all these things. I thought it was my graphics card at one point in time. And then eventually I tracked it down with the help of some folks using Windows Event Viewer. And it was Windows itself. The operating system was checking for updates, and for just a moment, for just a second, it was stealing control. And that's all it takes is with you're in the middle of combat and you lose your character for just a moment. It's over. Hundreds of hours down the drain. All because, well, you Windows wants to check for an update. And some of those times, I guarantee it, probably there wasn't one. Because I update manually fairly frequently. So... But yeah, most of the folks in the rat race are cheering each other on. That's because we don't want each other to die in their runs. We want to see success. We want to see people reach for every possible thing that they can. Yeah, it's nice like that. I don't want anyone to lose their runs. And then my own goal right now in the rat race is actually just to beat my own PB. And set a new record for myself. If I keep going at the current rate I'm going at, it'll probably take me until like, I don't know. Like... I'm playing Zomboid 2 to 3 times a week. Usually I do fair size sessions though and can get a few thousand kills, so if it'll be next year by the time I get to my PB. So January? No, not January. Did you see what I sent you on Discord? No. Guide 3. Oh. You look like you're gonna be really happy to be sharing that with me later. Seldom does Emma send me messages that have caps and This is I received caps level hype, so that's awesome. Emma's really hype. Like, super excited. Probably jumping around. There's like only a handful of things that I can think of that you'd be more hyped about. Yeah, no, I know. I'm well aware. No, gotta go back. Not a bad push towards the trailer park though. Interesting. That garage has some stuff in it. Yeah, very soon that trailer park will be accessible. And then we clear it, and then that's like the entire upper half of Moldral will be clear. And then I just need to finish the bottom half of it, which is relatively about the same amount of kills that we've got currently. We finished it around probably 60 to 80k. And then that's Moldral done, and then we can clear the surrounding area. Start pulling zombies from Crossroads again. Lots of time in between now and then, though. Yep, that in the morning. Oops. Okay, let's go check on the crops. Also, I wonder if I still have that. I bet 2035 game is finished. What's that? Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. You mean so in 10 years? 10 years. Hard to say. Not too much. I am right now, I'm thinking about making my own jacket because my current jacket got damaged. So I'm like, but what if I made my own? That's what I'm currently thinking about. I think I have a medium leather. Yeah, we have one medium leather. Do I have enough to make my own jacket? You know, we've been wearing this green jacket for a real long time. Let's see if I have some of this thread. Well, it's official. We're wearing clothes that we made, like ourselves. We are full like aside from I guess the backpack, maybe I try and make a backpack. Maybe that's the next goal. These mini goals that I'm setting for myself for fun. So this had plus 25 scratch defense that the hide jacket lacks. But it's fine. Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe that's the next step. I think it requires high level tailoring though, does it not? Yeah, assembling the frame packs requires... It does require a little bit. I gotta be higher level tailoring. Make a tarp frame pack. That's okay, we'll wait on it. I'm really pleased with that we're actually sporting clothes that we ourselves made. Tis one of the peasy dreams. You happy that I'm into the farm life? Well, I'm doing the best I can. If I get the farming out of the way now, then I don't actually have to farm too much later. Well, at least crop farm. Outside of doing the crops that I like doing. Right now, I'm doing radishes. The reason why radishes is because radishes actually are one of the best crops to get your levels up on. They've always been that way, though. The reason being is that radishes, potatoes have always been like a 5-star crop in terms of its, of everything that it does for you. Like, they last a really long time and all that stuff. But in terms of sheer quantity of seeds, radishes are ridiculous. And they have one of the longer grow times where they're good. Am I gonna freeze the harvest? I mean, kind of, but it's not like I'm not too worried about if some of it goes bad, because even if it goes bad, that's okay. I'll just throw it into the I'll throw some of it into the composter, and then the remainder of it I'll either put beside the composter or I will just throw it away and delete it, because I don't need too many extra items just kicking around in my world. I got lots as it is, and if I need more seeds, I know where to get them, so it's not like it's super hard. And dry the harvest? You can't dry all of the like I can't dry the what's it called? The radishes. You can dry some things, like if I were to, for example, catch common mallow or a bunch of other things, I could probably get them dried. I was gonna look up one of the things that I'm sure Van has, actually. Let's see, it should be under agriculture, and yeah, we can plant cabbages, carrots, preferably cabbages though. Cabbages, and the last month that we're allowed them is July. Okay. And I assume that kale's the same. Leeks are good. Oh, leeks have a long grow period. Nice. Yeah. So leeks. And we'll do... Alright, so we'll do leeks, cabbages. Is lettuce the same? I think it is, right? Yeah, leeks, cabbages. No, lettuce is not. Lettuce is a little better. Yeah, lettuce is a little better. Lettuce, cabbages, leeks, and I want to do watermelons. Why? Because Van deserves a treat, and watermelons are a treat, and that's what they are. So we'll do leeks, cabbages. Is that a cow? There's no meta events in the rat race. Which means that if that's a cow, there's a cow nearby somewhere in the woods. I don't think that was ambient track. I think there's a cow somewhere in the woods. You heard a cow too, right? That's not ambience, I don't think. I can't pet the cow. I would need it to come out of the woods, because I think it's in the woods somewhere. It's hilarious. Oh yeah, potatoes. I wanted to check potatoes. Are potatoes in this list? Oh, I missed the window. Dang. No potatoes for me. That's okay. Do I have watermelons? We can do lettuce, leeks, cabbages. The problem that I have with adding even more crops is that I have to take care of it. So that's 10. That's 10. How many do I want to do of each? So I want to do another 29. It's 10. Now I need 9 more. Eight. Yeah, so we've got a cow somewhere in the woods nearby. That's interesting. That means that eventually it's got to come over the water, right? Unless it somehow is managing to drink, like, I don't know, from the puddles or something. I hope it doesn't die of sickness. Just gonna continue to play the way I'm playing. I think that's like the most crops that as a single player can do right now with the weather on the way that it is. I might be able to like get away with doing more if the area was safe, but I know it's not. So, and that there is a chance their zombies could show up and catch me while I'm in this state. If they do, I am so screwed. Because this state is not good to be in. It's like the worst possible state you can be in as a player. But we will be able to freeze quite a lot of the food. Wait a second. We're bed early a little bit. Because we're going to be staying asleep for an extra couple of hours. Okay. Throw these in there as garnish. I'm sure I had. I can take that one apart. Where is level 9 metalworking? Really? What about scissors? Scissors are level 5 metalworking, and they functionally do the same thing. And actually, functionally, the scissors are better. Because they do allow you to cut, like, denim and leathers and a bunch of other stuff. The razor doesn't let you do that. Let's put you back in your original hairstyle. There you go. It makes Van look weird seeing him in his original form. This is Van's original form, what he looked like at the beginning. Let's go clean off, and then we'll do some more tool creation, I think, because it's foggy. You know what? I'm gonna see if I can actually bonk one of those deer on the head. It was open, right? Should be. There's one. See? What's the point? There's no catching that animal unless I trick it into here and then bonk it on the head. That's like... It's the weirdest hunting ever. I'm just gonna ignore the cow for now. Did I do it? It should have ran down. Can't see it. Show me the tracks, please. Did I get it to go down? I barely seen it in the trees before. Like, found it. It ran into this. Now where is it? Oh, there it is. You ready for the most meme hunting ever? This is it. This is how you hunt in Project Zomboid. There you go. We did it. Hunting. Such a stupid way to hunt. Oh. It's so... It's not hunting. It doesn't feel like hunting. And I know they're working on it, but it's like... It's the memeiest hunting ever. Did it though. Successfully hunted. And why did I hunt? Because I needed the leather. Why? Because I'm gonna save that leather for later use. Probably going to use it to make a backpack later. Maybe, I think. Right? Let's see. It's under tailoring. I don't want to make the small one. Yeah, I want to make the large one. So we'll probably look at making... I guess I can't because it requires large leathers. Darn. So I guess I have to make the small backpack. Well, at least I can make it right away as soon as the leather's done. And then we'll try and turn it into a frame pack. If the game allows us to. Because I don't have the recipe, I'm hoping the backpack will teach me the recipe once I make it. Other than that, I can continue to grind tailoring and hope that I get the recipe auto-learn. I like how Higgins just picks up this deer over his shoulder and he's carrying it back. That's what he's doing right now. Is it heavy? Mm-hmm. Does it matter? No. Higgins got this. You think that this one will give me a big leather? I don't think it will. It might, though. A buck. Maybe. I don't know. I think it's a medium leather. But if it gives me a large leather, I'll take it. I was sure that cows are the big leather. Like, so if you get a cow, that's worth the big leather. But I might be wrong. And remember, the game's changing. It's unstable, so at any moment it could just like be different. Butcher hook. Add corpse. This thing. There you go. Alright, we got 1 prime cut, 7 poor, and 1 average. Not bad. Oh, we can research probably the ability to make it a trophy, right? Yeah. You know what? This is interesting. Two uses of thread. I think I have 2 thread. Is this 2 uses or is it only 1? I'm sure we'll get another buck. It's fine. These sweet potato seeds can just go in the trash. I'm gonna put these in the freezer. The popsicle freezer had nothing in it, so when it had nothing in it, I picked it up and put it down as a placeable so that it wasn't draining my power. We have a limited supply of gas, even though it's like it isn't really limited. It'll last a few years in game. It's still kind of limited, so I'm trying to savor it a little bit. We've got about, well, we've got the 4 pumps that are over at, but 2 of them are empty out of the 8 pumps that are at the fossil oil gas station that's just a little bit south of our current location. I don't know how many pumps are empty for the Dixie gas station. And then we've got the Crossroads gas station, but the Crossroads is a little bit scary right now. I suppose I could have just used the sinew thread that I got from the buck to make the trophy, but it's fine. We can still put its head on a post, I think. And all the bags. I have so my character's disorganized. So that's part of why all the bags. I have a few boxes, but it's fine. We don't need them to be. So it ends up being that they're good for extra little things, but I can't put very much in the boxes. So also, what's fun about the bags is if a zombie does manage to break in and bust one of my boxes, well, the zombies can't break the bags. They walk over them. So my inventory is never able to be messed up. The zombies will always like keep my stuff will be kept safe. Not that the zombies would be able to get my my stuff anyways. Because, usually we keep the area fairly clear. There we go. Medium leather. Hey, it's empty. Hello. How goes? Is your rat race still going good? My rat race is still going good.
You're
Currently, I am
amazing.
just making. There we go. A few things. Let's get this in the trash. Okay, and I'm no longer taking apart watches. I am going to just stockpile them. Thank you very much for the raid. Your workout freeing pigs. I recently heard a cow make noise, and I don't think it was part of ambient tracks. I think that there's a cow somewhere in the woods that's south of the area that I'm growing my crops. So fishing went from 1 to 10. I don't know what that means. Fishing is 10 times worse than it used to be, but no, like if you can get it if you can get your fishing level up, it's not that bad. Like especially if you can get a legendary fish. Oh, okay, you're tired, you can't convert. Oh, you made it to fishing 6. Nice. Fishing is your channel joke. Okay, I got you. Well, I mean, you always do the fish thing. And it's just like and I'm missing context here, but I thought that maybe you just like fish, similar to how I like frogs. So it's just like maybe Remy likes fish. That's fine. It's fine to like fish. Fish are cool to look at. Cow in almost 3 years? What is this witch cow? I don't know. It's just that there's a cow somewhere off in the woods, and I'm not gonna go look for it. Why would I do that? That's a waste of my time. I'm not. Cow can come to me or die. Whichever. I don't care. I'm busy living my best life. Okay, I really like Subnautica, but I've never actually played it all the way through. It's on my list sometimes of survival crafters that are going to be onto Variety, so maybe I'll play it at some point in the future. The only problem is that I'm not the most scared person. I'm somebody who would walk up and pet one of the like Reaper like fish. I would be like, that is a cool fish right there. So it's I do get jump scared, so but it's more of a startled, and then I start processing. So it's similar to what happens in the channel when you guys scare me with the channel alerts. It happens like it because I'm not thinking about it at that moment or anything like that, and it's a loud noise out of nowhere, and then oh yeah, okay, it's fine. Processing. I got to get on the Mega Bonk train. What is Mega Bonk? Is Mega Bonk fun? Let's I'll write it down. Mega Bonk. Mega Bonk. It sounds like a Team Fortress 2 is what it sounds like to me. Is it a Team Fortress like kind of like a game? Search it on Steam. It's Risk of Rain with Vampire Survivors. So it's sort of like that new version of Deep Rock Galactic that just got released just a little while ago. Where did my bowl go? We had a bowl. Where did it go? Higgins, what did you do with the bowl? Where did the bowl go? You put it in with the leather making stuff, didn't you? He's like hiding bowls in different places. Which is strange, because I'm in control of him, so you'd figure that I would know where it all is. Nope. Look at that, he's like tucking bowls away. This bowl goes here. It will keep me safe for later. Is there a zombie around here? Like, I keep hearing groans. Hello? Well, they would be drawn to the generator. Oh, Remedy, by the way, did you see? I made my clothes. They're all made. I did this. This outfit, I created it. With my own 2 hands. And some thread. And some leather. He ate it. Due to hunger. You can't eat the bowls. It would be interesting if you could, though. Enjoy your sleep. Yeah, I wrote down 2 games so far that you guys have suggested. I also have a suggestion section of my Discord if you guys are wanting to suggest other things, feel free. I like suggestions. Alright, okay, should we go? We can. RGG submit and direct is both over. So you're a little bouncy. How's Zomboid? I mean, it's going pretty good. Hopefully you had fun with your gaming event that you got to enjoy. We'll talk about it later, though. Sounds like you had a blast. Yeah, I'm gonna go down the main street of Moldraw right now to poke at the zombies a little bit. I think Higgins needs to remove his pants, though. There we go. Can I teach you how to survive 3 grabs and 3 bites? You see, that was not a no. that was luck. The reason why I posted that clip was because I wanted to, like, because the other person posted a clip that was about luck kind of too, right? So I was like, oh, I remember that one clip, and then I was like, I wanted to share it because it was like, oh, that Higgins is gone though. That was Higgins the second. You were happy when you survived 1? Yeah. That's the thing though, is that's happened a few times to me where I will survive multiple attempts in that way, but then other times it's like all it takes is 1 scratch, right? 1 scratch and you hit that 7%. So it's like, I don't know. But yeah, that one was pure luck. The trick though was you actually watch me turn my character around and face the first zombie, right? When I get attacked. That turning around and facing the first zombie was important in that. Because when you get attacked in the front, you have you have more chance to survive than being attacked from behind. So that's why I turned around. And then obviously the second one came in on me, so that one was just luck. So, and then after that, the third attack hits, and then I dodge the final one. Yeah. But you want to be facing the enemy, and you want to have out your best weapon. The weapon that you have the highest weapon skill in. Because it's a role that's based on strength and weapon skill. It's essentially a block roll. Yeah. There's block roll, and then there's also dodge roll. And then also your armor plays into it as well. Armor is insurance. But all in all, you want to be facing your opponent. Otherwise, it's higher chance to hurt you. Same for if you get hit in the back. Like it's almost guaranteed damage if you get hit in the back. I say almost because, like, I mean, it's obviously it's not if I survive that previous one, right? Because there is cases like that. Yep, it doesn't matter. For your clothes, they're like the last thing that's rolled. They're one of the last things that's rolled against before you take damage. So sometimes it just won't connect to anything. Like they won't hit anything at all. A good example would be, there's another clip on my channel called Lucky, that is, I'm wearing a crop top, like, and I get bit on the back, but it's not, but it doesn't count as a bite. Crop tops have no defense at all. It heavily helped. Guaranteed. Whether it saved you 100% though is hard to tell because it's like there is there is dodge rolls as well. So you might have just managed to dodge it. Oops. I didn't rest before the fight. Yeah, but only for a short time, unfortunately. I'm gonna miss short blades here soon. But I'm committed and I'm going to finish it because I've dawdled on it long enough. Before your nimble's too high? What do you mean by too high? You just do the wiggle. It's very easy. You wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Master the wiggle. But I don't wanna. Okay, that's a you issue though. It's too scary. It's no more scary than being high nimble and walking back with like the other weapons. Hello. Oh, darn. I was hoping for jaw stab. I suppose I should bring this. What's my strength level? I am level 9. 9 and 1/3. 66,000 if I remember right. So I still got another like 2/3 to go in terms of totals, but it's okay. We'll get there. We'll get there when we get there. I'm not in a rush to get the maximum level of strength because I've already got strong. So that's all that matters. Having strong. The extra little bit that I'll get from having level 10 strength is just going to be gravy. I'm only fit right now, but as soon as we get the next couple of levels, I'm really keen. We'll have athletic, and that'll mean that we'll be a lot better in terms of totals. Like I said, by the time we're finished Muldra, I have projections of that we'll have a lot of our skills will be maxed. So, like in terms of crafting and some of the other like smaller skills. So like one of the weapon skills will be maxed. Like obviously, we're right on the edge of it right now. But I think 16 total skills will be level 10. is what I've in my projections. Yeah, right now the best I can get, it's gonna be the weapon skill is gonna be what's needed to really get the most out of in the near future, because a lot of my weapons are gonna be level 3, except for these two that are both level 4. I'll probably do spear next. I kind of want to do long blade next though as well. So like I'm on the fence with between those two. The reason why I want to do spear is just because it's in between short blades and maintenance. So it'd be just nice to have it maxed just so that it looks nice. That's all. How many skills exist? There's 35, I think, total. So we'll have more than half the pool, kind of close to. Because some of these skills are going to be like really easy to get up. Like I can get sneaking and light-footed up almost instantly. So that's 2, right? Running is going to be level 8, probably close to level 9 by the end of this. So let's say that we get running. Nimble's not going to be done for quite some time. But so we would have strength, fitness, light-footed. Yeah, so we would have, that's 5 right there, right? So that's another 2 here. I can get carpentry. We can get glass making, probably. I just need all of the broken glass from the entire town. And then we'll see how far that takes us. Knapping's not too hard. I have lots of chip stones. Masonry, metalworking. And I'm working on tailoring, but it's taking some time. I can get mechanics up, but I'm hoping for books. And same for electrical. It's just I'm hoping for books. These ones are all passive, so we can ignore those ones for now. Welding we'll be able to max because we'll be able to take apart some of the cars. And once we get to the first level of welding, I can basically finish welding because I would just be able to use all of the propane in Moldra, and there's a lot. There's a lot of propane in Moldra. Like this place has so much propane. It's got that one furniture store. It's got all these barbecue grills that are in the backyards of every other place. There is a lot of propane here. This is basically like the King of the Hill levels of propane and propane accessories. That said though, so we've got that. We're about halfway on the animal skills. We'll probably be at like level 5, level 6 agriculture by the end of this in-game year. Assuming that I don't decide to plant flax, and I probably will. Convert a car. Let's run a car on propane. I've been working on reloading, but as you can see, even though I do reloading every once in a while, it's pain. It's pain. This skill, I could probably max it, but it would take me like probably 30 hours real time. Like actually like 30 hours of reloading non-stop, consistently, back to back. What is Nimbus? Did I say Nimbus when I meant nimble? I might have meant nimble. But yeah, my like I said, my projections would be that we can get about 16 skills total to level 10, and the rest of them will be trailing behind. Like they won't be far. They'll be like, we'll have at least most of the skills at level 5. And then it'll be weapon skills from there, and my plan is to strike at West Point and then Louisville. So that'll be good for kills for sure. Yeah, I probably said nimble. I meant nimble, not Nimbus. But I might have said Nimbus. It's my bad. Hello, watch bag. It's been forever since I've seen you. Interesting. It's arm day. Every day is arm day. Please take me. How many? You stay there, zombies. I'm gonna go have a rest over here by this lamppost. There you go. You get a broken handle. Oh, nice. Not the best weapon to be using for Higgins, but you know. You can see the difference. He's able to stab all day long, but like need a break every little bit, but couple of swings with that sword and he's just like, ah, my arms. Difference between a trained weapon and a not trained weapon is crazy. Oh. Fail. How do you get that stuck in you? Like, okay, fine. Let's argue the nightstick is possible, but the lacrosse stick? Somebody would have had to have been running at them. And even then, the end is blunt. And it's like hooked. Like it's a hook end. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. That's there like that. It just doesn't. Like, how would that have happened? Somebody would have had to been, like I said, running at them and like curved it, and it would have had to hit specifically soft tissue, but it's through the center of the torso. Can somebody use it as a javelin? I don't think so. It's a lacrosse stick. How would they dull it after the zombie being stuck in the zombie without dealing with the zombie later? Like, you know what I mean? They've got no means. Which means that they jammed it in the zombie while it was like a lacrosse stick. Because they wouldn't have been able to jam it in the zombie while it's a javelin, because it would look like a javelin then, right? Plus, if you think about it in terms of this universe, nobody throws anything. Not yet. So somebody had to either be using it as a spear, or like running at the zombies with it, or hello. Yeah, something like that. There's two.
You're amazing.
Thank you very much for the follow. I do anonymous follows so folks can enjoy it. Lurk me if they want to. There we go. And today's been good so far. We've managed to nearly push to 32,000, as well as I'm trying to push to the school. I've been trying to push to the school, but I also got sidetracked by crops and like catching a deer and making myself a coat because that, you know, that happens sometimes where you make yourself a jacket. Where are you from? Probably, yeah, okay, never mind. I know where you're from. So, I can feel Muldra ebbing a little bit. I can feel the weight of Muldra's zombies kind of starting to falter, which is interesting. So here I can show it really quick as well. So we actually only have a small bit of the Muldra strip left. This highway usually has a little bit, but like we've only got like 3 blocks left of the Muldra strip. We've done pretty much the whole thing, and the rest of these zombies are going to want to come over, but we'll be going to them soon. But I might go down this road a bit just to kind of clear out some. Is my game stuttering? Of course it is. Yep. Because I haven't had a restart and it's been about 5 hours. So we'll do a restart here in a sec. Because it's good to restart your Zomboid every 4 to 5 hours. Due to it's got a memory leak. And it gets worse the longer your save is. So if you have a really, really old save, like it's good to at least restart every once in a while. Especially if you're gonna do long sessions. It starts out stuttering, by the way, and it gets it progressively gets worse, and then it applies to the sound as well. So what'll happen is the entire game will go quiet, and this will happen at first. It's in small amounts. It's for like a couple of like maybe a second, and then it starts building up, like up to the point where it's like 10 to I think I counted it at 14 seconds once, of it building up sounds. It going quiet completely, and then playing all the sounds that it would have played all at once. It's very interesting. But you really won't discover that until you've survived for several years in game. and then it's fixed by restarting. You restart, it's good for a while, and then it, you know, once again, after a long time, it builds up. But yeah, so what'll happen is it'll save all the sounds that would have played during that silence interim and play them all at once. So it starts out, like I said, 1 second, maybe like less than that too. You wouldn't notice it. But as time goes on, it gets worse, gradually worse and worse. And then it starts, like, imagine playing a deaf character, right? Similar to that. Everything's quiet. There's nothing, no sounds. And then all at once it plays in one big bulk noise thing. The first time it happened to me at the racetrack in just beside the Crossroads Mall. And I'm usually good about restarting, but sometimes I'm not. Sometimes I forget. And sometimes I don't want to. Like it breaks my flow a little bit to like interrupt it like that. We'll take a brief BRB while I restart my game and refill my drink and stuff. Maybe stretch a little. A little bit more, I mean. Okay, we'll restart. Okay, I will be right back. Okay. Sure. Okay, let's continue. Mm, mm, mm. Mm, mm, mm. Mm, mm, mm. This fast shambler is not very fast, huh? Speed it up, fast shambler. I want to play the game. I do like that they did this for the loading screen. Before it didn't have anything. Now it's got, at least it's got something going on. Wonder where this fast shambler is going. Yeah, sneeze. Okay, let's go. Begins is cold. Do, 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 do. So many items on the ground. There's way too many items on the ground. The game's like, please quit it. I'll go over there. And look at that. Yeah, but see, after it's done loading, it's fine. It just needs to reload the stuff that, or load the stuff that's on the ground, corpses, stuff like that. It's better to do it here as well and not over beside. If you do it closer to the zombies, you have a chance to lose some of the zombies. So, what you want to do is you want to take it to a place that's not like overcrowded. It's not guaranteed to call the zombies, but it can. So it's always a risk. So, especially if you don't want it to do that. Okay. But right now I'm just getting rid of some of the items so that it's a little bit less. Plus, I really want to see what we get for hitting level 5 tailoring. Because I don't have it all committed to memory. I do remember some of it, but not all of it. Can we still make a sheet rope out of... Yeah, it's can be quite excessive. I should be able to just use regular rope, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. I just need a long stick. Now we should be able to make that thing, right? No, it's mad that we don't have a sheet rope. Why? I have regular rope. Why does it not count? I need a sheet rope. Okay, fine. Be right back. But yeah, 1500 watches can. It's because the game's trying to load all of the different, like, because each one counts as a crafting recipe, right? So it's loading every single watch into the crafting grid, and that's what's causing the problem. It probably could be fixed with some kind of limitation of some kind being implemented. Like it should only, but that problem would be then, you know, I just had a thought that some of the stuff, you can put some items in bulk boxes, right? Why isn't electrical scrap one of those items that can go into bulk boxes? You know, like nails. You do like 100 electrical scrap in a box and then have like 12 boxes of electrical scrap, or 10 boxes of electrical scrap could equal 1 carton. There's no broken glass on this side, right? No. They didn't break that window. Yeah, it's good to have dedicated crates and then just start throwing away stuff after a certain point. Like, you don't need 10,000 electrical scrap. Having some, though, is good to have, but you don't need, like, as much as it's. Ta-da! Mm. Stone Mall. Also Stone Mall. How many stone malls do I have here? Lots, apparently. Really? Jeez. That didn't last nearly as long as I thought it would. Poor sapling. Can I sharpen this hacksaw? Did the hatchets never break? Am I about to find out that the hatchets never break? It says its head condition is in perfect, pristine condition. Do they only break on the handle? That's a brand new hatchet. How did I not notice this before? Maybe the head does break. Maybe I'm just being crazy. Go inside, have an in-game nap. I want to finish this whole, like, tree section. You've only seen the handle break? Okay, so maybe hatchets are... if that's the case, then that means that this hatchet's... I mean, it's never gonna break, so I can smelt down all the other ones. Use them for other things. Or carry around a couple of them. Oh, maybe I'll keep a couple of them for when I do axes. But I was gonna use fire axes, because they have really good durability. Yeah, right now it's just... Got you in there. Let's get our shot of port before we go to bed, because apparently we're feeling some pain. Delicious. I think we'll, oh, nothing. What? Oh no, the hatchet head broke. Look, it's broken. So it did break. So it's the same as the big hatchet then, and the stone one. Yeah, it's two uses essentially, and then it breaks. Doesn't matter to me. I can smelt down the metal and make more, so it's not like a big deal. Plus, that it would be borderline exploity if you had a weapon that would never ever break. Borderline. I could see someone making that argument. At the end of the day, it's like, eh, but you still have to make it, which would mean that it would imply that you would have achieved a certain level of blacksmithing. So, like, weird. Hmm. Or Higgins. His body hurts, but it's okay. Just casually pick up 20 logs. Or, well, in this case, 16. We probably could grab 20 though. We'd have to put them in our bag though. How many of my skills are at level 10? I don't know. 1, 2, 3, almost 4 of them. And then some of them are really easy to get to level 10. So we can get quite a lot of them up really fast. It just depends on some of it. But I think, so we're at 4 right now. Previous Higgins, the Higgins the first in the rat race, got 5 total before he died. So we're 1 skill short. But in saying that, we're set up for better success with this particular variant of Higgins. So better success with him, because that other Higgins, we had, what was it? We had maintenance. We had carving. But the skills that he had were foraging, nimble, and light-footed, if I remember right, were his 5. And this one, we have a weapon skill, almost maxed, maintenance, carving, nearly maxed on strength, nearly maxed on foraging, and then I could probably max these 3 very quickly, so that's not too tough. We can max carpentry fairly well, and I feel like we could probably get another weapon skill in there gradually over time, by the time we're pushing towards West Point. We'll be level 5 tailoring soon, so that'll unlock some new recipes. I'm keen to see what we'll get, because I don't remember everything, but I remember there being something good at 5. So we will see. Just gotta put that there for now. Yeah. This one needs to be taken apart, I think. And these ones can't do unless we have 10. Because the recipe for this one's broken. You want me... I can show you guys that there's recipes broken. So if you go into the smaller items for... What is it? Smaller... Yeah, right here. It says that it'll take 2, right? But because of the way that this recipe is, it's in the smaller steel section, it requires 10, not 2. So that overwrites whatever this is and causes it to not work. So it instead it'll let you do it, but it requires 10 forks or 10 spoons or 10 butter knives in order to make a teeny tiny bit of steel. It's not worth it. It really isn't. Currently this recipe's broken. It's supposed to do 2. 2 would be worth it for the small amount that you get. Cuz like I mean given the fact that they're not really going to be used for much else, it would be a fair exchange. But 10? I mean, based on their encumbrance, nah, not worth. The reason why these are here is because part of me really hopes that that gets looked at some point. So that, I mean, I have a handful of them there. I've been leaving the other ones sometimes, though, because I just can't be bothered. Okay, so go eat, sleep, and then we'll do the. Right now, I'm making blades because I ran. We've only got a handful of them left, and these won't do, won't last. You use the utensils to make spears. That's fair. The fire hardened spear is still really good though. I would use that instead. And that's actually what I intend to do. Is use the fire hardened spear. Yeah, twill be later. Just gonna do a quick check on the plants. Oh, Higgins always panics inside. It's because of his whole claustrophobia. So close. Just need a little bit more. There we go. Dealt with. Okay. They're almost ready to harvest. Not quite, but soon. And actually, these radishes right here are ready to harvest. These ones. The other ones I'll leave until they're seeding, just so that we have a decent amount of them, but might as well pick these. Throw them as garnishes on my food, make them my food a little bit better. Only 10 of these left. These ones. All of that charcoal gone, by the way. All gone. That was a sizable amount of trees worth of charcoal immediately. It's all gone. Is it like small forest worth just to make a handful of knives? Grab a nap. Might have to pay some visit to the rabbits here soon. It's a silly question. Why would it not be allowed? It's dangerous to keep that stuff around. It's silly. That stuff is dangerous because if you accidentally eat it at any point, it's very, very bad for your character. Because a lot of the time when you burn food, your character's cooking applies to it and makes it worth more. And as a result, poison in the game, like food sickness, is weighted based on the amount you ate. And, well, if you nibble a burnt anything, it almost always will kill you. It's very, very dangerous food to have around. But if folks want to use it as bait, I don't see why not. Does it matter? It's the same as using regular raw food. Not a major difference, really. The rat race is not, like, crazy hard on its rules. Most of the rules are very much, like, just don't break the game as best you can, kind of thing. Because so it's got nothing to that doesn't matter. There's a lot of stuff in Zomboid that's not realistic. A good example would be earlier when Higgins picked up that deer and ran here with it. That's not how that would have went. But there's no way to really do that via the game system outside of maybe applying the roping system from the animals and then mixing in a little bit of that zombie drag system, which, to be honest, I wouldn't want to do. I'd never go hunting if that was the case because it's too risky, right? Not minus the fact that the hunting itself was not actually really hunting either because I had to bonk the deer on the head. Like, that's it, and it was really silly. Like, I mean, there's a lot of Zomboid that's not realistic, and it doesn't need to be realistic. And zombies themselves are fantasy. They're not something that could never happen. I do apologize for folks who are, you know, hoping for an apocalypse like that, but it's not possible. Sorry. It is fantasy. Yes. Ooh, we broke those vice grips. Might need another player. Okay, we can use wooden tongs in the event that those ones break. Still might be a good idea to, here we go. Yeah, there's a lot of animals that actually would eat burnt food. I think catfish very much like that kind of thing. They're not picky eaters, though. There we go. 9 more knives. Okay, and we're good for right now.